I'm a tiny bit jittery. But hello, I hope you guys are doing good. Give me a moment to set up the thing and the boss and the game. There we go. Cool. It's been a while since... It's been a while. It's been a bit since, Bug Fables. Still adorable. Eee. Still good? Okay. If you guys can't hear anything, feel free to just yell at me. And I will fix... Okay. And we go back to the pork chop. And we go this way. Where am I? Okay. Slowly remembering. Where do I go? Where do I go? Oh, that's not good. Very close to death. Lovely. Love to see it. Where am I? Where am I going? Where am I going? Where am I going? Where am I going? Ah! Cool. Alright. We go to the sand for the desert and the things. It has been so long since I played this game. Whoop! More quest? All open quest. Give, thank you. Still don't know. Wait. Bah. I'm trying to remember like all of the thingamadoohickeys. Bah. Oh, my brain. Note to self, too much caffeine is not good. Wait, no. Where am I? Cool. Bandit. Missing butler. Souvenir. Cool. Specialty. Tangy berry. Cool. Oh, I can go there. I can go there easily. Then there's the bounties. Theater. Okay, wait, hold on. Is it this way? Ah, it is! Indeed. Cool. I just love this music so much. Mothman is desperate. It's fair. Start as soon as you are ready. Let's do it. Cool. Wait, what am I doing? Oh. Oh. I kind of want to know what happened, but okay. Come in and believe. That won't be misplaced faith. Let's do our best. This play cares a lot of people's efforts. We're actually getting paid. Let's do this. Wait, what am I supposed to do? Help? I don't. Okay. All right. We are just gonna go with the flow then. Cool. Once upon a time, there lay a kingdom in a desert with an immense oasis. Travelers from all over the world wished to visit. for its clear water and its beautiful ruler. The princess would greet all who came with smiles and hospitality. Which was so how an evil prince fell in love. I cannot leave my people, they are my pride, my joy. Oh, how I wished for thee to make this easy. You have left me no choice. Ooh. Oop. Faulty fiend, he will sully the princess no longer. Give her back. We will stop you. Minions, get rid of these pests. We have places to be. Somebody save me. Whoop! There they go. Kick their butt. Oh no! Wait, hold on. Okay, good. Because I did not heal, like, at all. Oh. 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 Yeah, no, that. Oh, not be very good. We're just going right into it then. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Yep. Alright. Cool. Cool, that was easy. Cool. Good with that. All good. Wait, maybe B? B? Bye? Oh. Oh. I'm not. You. Yes. Wicked. Yeah. Wicked. Only 1 point. Lovely. Versus that villain escaped with the princess. Whatever shall we do now? How will we face the people? We will get her back after them. The unlikely heroes left their love homeland behind with the princess in their heart. Their journey was long and the desert unforgiving. Water! Oh gods, guide us to water. Do not complain, our suffering is slim compared to what the princess faces. Ah, hello Carrie! Hello Carrie, I hope you're doing well. Hello, hello. Oh, more bandits. Hello. It has been a bit. And I'm kind of forgetting about what I'm doing. But here I am. I'm just kind of going with the flow. And also... Whoop. There we go. And also I may or may not... Just... Honestly, I forgot what I was saying. I've had like 3 cups of tea, all very highly caffeinated. So my mind is scrambling. No! How dare you steal? No, give back. Give. Give. No, give. Thank you. I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, I've had 3 cups, highly caffeinated tea. So my mind is kind of scrambling to stay together. Just a tiny bit. Wait, hold on. Bye. I haven't had anything from you. Give. Not glad I forgot tea had caffeine in it. Yeah! To be fair... To be fair, a lot of people tend to forget that. Whoopsies. Bruh. It's honestly very, very easy to forget about, though. No! I keep hitting the wrong button. Mind going bird. How dare you try to steal from me, SMH. Death. Wicked. Let's get out of here, boss. Ooh. You're saved. Honey, it's our lucky day. Eat quickly. Oh, you're in a thunderstorm? Oh, yikes. I wish you the best of luck, Carrie. I know I had a thunderstorm last night. It was very nice to fall asleep to. I was just very much just kind of knocked out. Almost instantly. I don't think my cat really liked the thunderstorm. Yay! Thunderstorms are really nice. So long as, you know, lightning doesn't like hit me or anyone or any building, cause like a massive fire. Thunderstorms are all good with me. Plus I love just kind of like watching the lightning and everything. It's so cool. It's so cool. I love it. Yee. The cat, on the other hand, no, does not like. Does not like, and honestly, that's fair. That's very fair. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh goodness. Oh dear. Okay, hold on, I just realized something. Hold up. Phone! Phone ring! Phone? I have to do my Duolingo. I have time. I have time. I'm good. I have time. It's okay. Don't be mad at me. The bird, don't be mad. It's all good. Wait, hold on. Wait. Hold on. Hold on. I may or may not just be responding to tweets right now, okay? My mind. Oh, Carrie, go a piece of the bird. A piece of the bird, Carrie. There we go. Cool. Okay. Duolingo. No. I will get to you in a second, Duolingo. Okay, cool. Okay. Wicked. No. No. Okay. Appease the bird. The bird must be appeased. No! The wrong button! Bruh. Oh, I just realized that I healed everything. Cool. Ooh. Ooh, wait, hold on. Ooh, dash. Yes, dash. Spam! Cool. I cannot sit still. I'm so glad that I have an office here that I can just twirl around and spin, 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 spin. Oh, brain, where? Okay, cool. Big, frozen. No, you're supposed to be frozen. How dare you, SMH? What the heck? What now? L. I really need to buy more things. I just realized that I need to do that. Oh well. Okay, we continue. And we do that. Death. Get the right button? Ah, right button. Wicked. Well, I might die. Lovely. Ah. Death, die, die. Cool, right button. And then the B. Bada bing. No, not again. Bruh. Alright, fine. Kaboo, you deal with this one. Wicked. And then you go to here. Cool. And then you go to here. That's just a literal rock. Bruh. How dare you? SMH. Maybe I'll throw a rock at you. Actually, wait, no, I got something better. Nice. Burn. Oh, no. Back again with a rock. That's okay. Pretty sure this one's gonna... There we go. Burn. Woo! Let's go. Level up. Or rank up. I like level up better. Okay, so the 50, 15, 13. More things, or more medals. I'm kind of tempted with more medals, also more teamwork, because I tend to go through those pretty fast. Ugh, brain just went burr. Do teamwork. Wicked. I can still fight. I will show you my true power. No, we are too drained from the fight. This is the end for us. I can still fight. Good kick. Earth the Queen, get your highest honors. I'm beside his right hand bugs. As we restore the kingdom. Off you, princess. Hey! Wicked. I forgot that was the entire play. Oopsies. Ask for an encore. Head to the board. Cool! I still like the music in this. I'm forgetting how to get the... Where am I? No! Wrong one! There we go, cool. Where... Oh wait, I know you! Wait. Bed hurt back. Oh no. Back hurt. No more back. Okay, go. Whee! Back down here we go. Alright. Quest. New taste? How make hearty breakfast? Hearty breakfast how? Tell me. I think like egg. They've pretty crystal gold Oh yeah, I was going to the Oasis. Nah. I am too strong for you. L. Suffer. L. How make hearty breakfast? Is it this way? Are you here? Haha, you are. Hiccups. Grumble. On quest board. Tell me how to make it. Bruh. How make? I'll make tell how. Not gonna tell me. Where am I going? I don't know where I'm going. Ooh, wait, there's the bounty thing over there. Might be able to reach it? I don't have much items though. I can see it over there. Yeah, no, I can't do. I don't think so. I am forgetting how to do things. It has been so long. Where? Hold on. Breakfast. Ah, wrong button. 83. Okay. There is the one thing in... I don't know how to get that done. Where be? Where be? Go ahead so I can fix the cab car. Wait. Meet me in the area near the tunnel to the Ant Kingdom, and be ready to wrestle. Where? Help. Okay. I think I know where I'm going. Maybe. I don't know. Okay. Hearty breakfast. I know how to make that. That's I'm definitely not looking up how to make a hearty breakfast in Bug Fables. No. I would never. Hold on, one moment. Let's see. Yeah, moment. I'm definitely. I see. I remembered how to make it. Yes. Hold on. Wait, did I already buy it? I think I already bought it. Yes. Okay, cool. And then. Okay, go. Yes. Give. Enjoy its quality. Thank you. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna be eating it, but thank you anyway. Alright. Yeah. Yes. 2. I like you. You're awesome. Well done. An egg and a mushroom. Yes. Wicked. Then go fast. Neum. Ready. Master work. Eat up some of my hearty breakfast. Wicked. Wah. And then I go back. Then I jump. I still can't remember which quest allows me to open this. I can't remember which one. I know it's one of them though. Not sure which one. Let's see, go back to this guy. Oh wait. I haven't been here in a while. Done. Bundle. Yay! Special thing. Oh, rewards. Ooh! Just is only attacked by one. Your attacks will steal life from enemies. Ooh, that'd be good for Kaboo, I think. Ooh! Transleafian power skill. Nice! I'll reduce enemies' defense by 1, but will boost their attack by 1. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. More medals. Shiny, shiny medals. So shiny. Need more medals. Need more shiny. I'm sorry, but that's just really funny to me. Oh, oh there you go. No more. Oh? Oh, just barely touched. Like how it was only the breeze. Burner. They never learn. L. Never learn. SMH. Okay. And... Yes, ready breakfast. For you. Joel, you're always helping me out. So desperate, ate a raw mushroom. Never really liked them. Fair. It's one of our favorites. Oh yes, please. Hold on. Yes, I want to throw rocks. Let Kaboo throw rocks. Hold on. Can I? Hold on. Yes. Let Kaboo steal. Let this. Do we have enough? Oh, ooh, yes, cool. Okay. Also could do that one. Get a great shield. That effects on enemies. Oh wait, how's that? That would be good for Leaf. Let's see. At the back. I think that's good for now. Yeah. Okay. I'm good. Whee! Wait, hold on. Quests. Okay. A good time ago on festival, but I tried my hat somewhere. It was good for. Made me confident. I really need it back. Okay. Okay, so I'm guessing. So I'm gonna guess it's in the Golden Hill area again. Golden Hills area. Possibly. Very big possibility that. But I'm just gonna double check, cause maybe. Whoa! Hi! Just appeared out of nowhere. I lost my train of thought again. Oh yeah, maybe he gives hints. Just some hints. Hints on where to go. You there. You're no help. Oh, not ready. Fine. How's the bank? Ooh, 238. Nice. Nah. Very good, very good. More berries. Okay. Golden Hills. So... Oh, welcome back. I'm not gonna lie, I've just been kinda wandering around, mumbling nonsense to myself. Oh wait, I can't go underground yet, can I? Wait. No. I heard. I apologize for just nonsense. Oh, wait, hold on. Do I speak to you? Hold on. Speak. Do I speak? No. Darn. Wait. Wait. This one? It was so faintly. Just mumbling. Just behind. Just while you appease the bird. Gotta appease the bird. Ow! Ow! I'm good. I just like rammed my hand or wrist against the arm desk. Ow. Pain. I'm good. It just caught me off guard. Okay, looking for hat. Hat. I'm not gonna lie. I'm like I have so much energy right now. I don't know why. Send help. Ooh, wait, clear waters. I need like 3 of these. Yes, take 1, 2, 3. Cool. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Wicked. And then I love the music in this. Ah! Gingerberry. No. No. Oh, just here, egg. Honey. Yes. Egg and honey. Honey and egg. Oh, maybe not. It's one ingredient then. Hold on. Just honey. Just honey. Nothing else. Hey, there we go. Cool. And then another. Put more honey. I don't know why I'm so hyper. Send help. What happens if I do this? Ooh! Roasted berries. Nice! Berry. What berry? Berry there, berry there, berry. Cool. Thank you. And now, there's the guy over here that wanted the three things. 3 waters. Yes, waters. Go. My brain. My brain going too fast. Where? Ah, you. Over there. Get over here. Get over here. Get over here. Get over here. Yes. Heavy sleeper. Lovely. Hey, nice. That is all good. That's all clear. I think we're gonna get like 1 more honey and 1 more egg. Cause I think I know where another thing is. Some more honey and more egg. Then we hop, and we jump, and we jump. I think I know where a bounty thing is. I also am vastly underprepared for it. Here's that might be good. Done. Just take this one. Then I take this one, and then I take 2 of these. Good. Ah! Nice. We go back to this guy. 1 ingredient. 2 honey. Yes. Go fast. Wicked. Cool. And then ingredient. And then egg. Hey, hello Clay. Hey, very on time, no worries. It's all good. I've just been going crazy with how much caffeine is in my system right now. I apologize if I speak a little bit too quickly. My brain is just yeah, it goes burr. Ooh, yes, okay, I can do that. Wicked. But hello, hello. Hope you're doing well. A crazy streamer, kinda, sorta. Give this. Yes. I can't. Put me to sleep. Nah. I'm gonna do this one. Yeah, no, less crazy, more just hyper. Maybe crazy. Wait, yeah, crazy. Yeah. Oh, ooh, wait. Can I fall? Whee! Secret. Secret. Let's go. Oh, nice. Vale doesn't need caffeine to be crazy. To be fair, it definitely helps. Oh, what do you mean? Oh, those are big plants. Oh, those are very big plants. Oh! Ah! Those are big plants. Who are you? Who? Yes. Cool. Mario plants, apparently. I think. I don't know. I don't know. Hold on. A chomper brute. Big plant. Enlarged version of chomper. Must be near its nest then. It's protected its territory with sorry per creature, but we cannot let you stop us. Oh. Sorry. Sorry for just kind of coming into your nest unannounced. I found a secret and I wanted to get to the secret. I apologize. Ow. Ah, that hurt. It's a maze, what the heck? Bringle burr. Ooh, wait, what if I do this? Yep, that worked. Sorry for coming into your nest, proceeds to kill them. Whoopsies. Yeah, just hey, sorry about that. I just saw a secret. I'm also just gonna continue going into your nest. Yeah. I'm sorry. My bad. Sorry about that. My bad. Wait, no. Yes. Wicked. Frog one! Shoot! Ow! That kinda hurt. Just a tiny bit. Ouch. Happens all the time, don't worry. I know, they're used to it. It happens all the time. They got backup plans for when this happens. They're used to it. It's good. Don't worry. Oh no! This one. No. Wait. Yes. Cool. A. Wicked. And up. Wicked, and then we'll do this just to be certain. Wicked. I do feel like a tiny bit bad though. Dead plants. Oh, I see a healing thing over there. I want it. I see a heal. Ooh, more plants. So many more plants. Oh my god, that's so many. Oh my god, there's so many. Ah! Are there so many? Oh wait, I'm in the nest. Duh, that's why there's so many. Ah! plant's evil. I think... Ah! I think... Wait, are all the plants evil? Not all of them. Some of them, yes. Like these ones, because they are trying to bite me. So I can only assume. Oh! Ah! Oh! No, I jump! The defenseless is at home. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's very true. Ah! How did you get me? I think I might have to come back later. Wait, hold on. No, I leave, I flee. I can't spam. Yeah, they're just tiny bit too. Oh. Well, there goes my tank. Yeah, I'm just gonna go. Goodbye. I'm sorry for intruding into your nest. I bit off a tiny bit more than I could chew. I wish you all a pleasant evening, and goodbye. I will return, though. Just warning you. I will return. I will return. At a later time. Where am I? I don't know. Where am I going? Nope, we're just gonna go back this way. We'll yes, so we'll return when capable of genocide. Very true, very true. Ah. What'd you say? Thank you. And now we just go back to the village. Whoop! I heard that. Look at him go. Funny little guy with funny little legs. Alright, cool. Wait, what? Cool. Berries are, not looking too good, but you know what? That's okay. Where am I going? I don't know anymore. Oh yeah, I was supposed to go to the desert. Back with civilized people? Yeah. Oh, thank you. I have very little money. It's civil? Question mark? I mean, I guess technically in their POV they are people? Or they would consider themselves just people. I do like this little inn though. It's a pumpkin. Although I think technically they just refer to themselves as bugs. At least I think so. I can't remember. It's been a while. My brain is not working with me right now. I apologize. It's just going burr. Verified. Bugling. Yay! I like bugling. Bugling is a good word. Yes, yes. Put a defiant fruit. Go over here. Ah, who are you? Private escorts between outskirts and defiant route. Will you ride the caravan? Sure. Say what? I didn't want to be here. Bring me back. Thank you. Danke. We go up here. Ah, shoot, I just realized, Just realized that well, I can finish the quest up here. $40. Ah, I see. No, thank you. I'm very poor. No, thank you. Just no, I'm good. Thanks, but no thanks. Wait, do I go over here? Yes. Talk. Bruh. Oh, what's this? A bad book, a really badly written book. So we're talking about like Twilight bad or 50 Shades of Grey bad? Like how bad are we talking? From a scale of Twilight to 50 Shades of Grey, how bad? I want to know now. I really want to know now. Twilight is already bad enough? Fair. Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. Hey, wait, hold on. I have to get that. I must get more money. After left bed? Ooh, maybe. Maybe it is that bed. Possibly, possibly. Maybe. Anything over here? No, I think I already got that. Cool. Who are you? Who are you? Ah, cool. Need to find a thing. Where am I going? I don't know. Oh my god, you're adorable. Hello. Just fears you're nice and never let her out. So true. We got a bed bug. It's us the DB. We must return him? Nah. I'm not gonna return him. L. Suffer. Mine now. Mine. L. Mine. Bedbug officially kidnapped. Yes. Kidnapping successful. Or bug napping? Bug napping, I think, technically. But still, mine now. I'm never gonna return him. The bug is mine. Haha. The bug is not. Indeed, so true. Oh, hello. Wait, so 20? Oh, okay, so we pretty much just need to go just like crazy. Indeed. I saw the fact that there is just a hustleberry, which is just a coffee bean. I love it. Okay, so I need 40. Even more coffee. You know what? Thinking about it. Coffee for me right now, probably not a good idea. Very tempting though, I won't lie. It is very tempting. It is very tempting. Very tempting. Tempted to just get more. Actually, I think I still have some of the cafe. Oh my god. Caffeinated tea left. I could get some. Ah. No. Please. Oh, I will do. I will go get it right now. Now nothing will stop me. It will be. I will never sleep again. And that's okay. Never gonna fall asleep. Never gonna sleep again. Never to... How dare you! Give me back my honey! Give it back. Give it back. Give it back. Give it back. Thank you. Never ending stream will be for bugs only. Yes. Just a year-long stream about bugs and bugs only. That is it. Ow. Oh, I got poisoned. That wasn't very nice. Rebranding right now. No more flower. No more little shadow guy. Only bugs. Any posts that I make on Twitter, only bugs. Just bugs. Nothing else. That'll be it. Bugville. Yes. No longer quiet. Only bugs. Just bugs, nothing else. Yes, yes. You speak so much truth, Clay. So much truth. Yes, yes. So true, so true. Give me back my honey, please, and thank you. Wait. Library. Bestiary. Looking for the bandit. Needed 4, 7, 10. Okay, I need like 10 more. 10 more guys. 10 more guys. The Duolingo is just staring at me. I still need to continue the streak today. I will do that after bugs though. We wait for after bugs and then appease the bird. Yes, just had a lovely little nap. Now we just go back to beating people up. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. We had a good nap. We had a good snack. We are refreshed. Back to normal. And now we just beat people up again. Yes, yes. Let's do you. Ah, L. Whoop, no, wrong one. No. Wicked. This dude seems harder to play. Tiny bit? Because I had to memorize, like, the buttons and everything, and, like, try to make sure that I know, like, what button I'm pressing. Which, with me right now, and how fast my head is going, not a good combo-ish? It's more of just, like, memorizing where things are. That's about it. It's all good, though. Also, I apologize if I'm not really, like, making any sense. My brain is just going full bird. Just bird. You know, I think this was a bad time to play Bug Fables, because I just want to move. Nonsense is funny? Cool. That's very cool. No! Aha! Because I'm not gonna lie, if I were to say everything that comes to mind, it would just be— wait, hold on, that's 12. It would just be like a mix of the dream song from— oh, well, the dream song from Shrek Boy and Lava Girl, which has been stuck in my head for a good while. Ugh, Midge. No. Bend it. Those guys I don't like over there. You are also annoying. Which I think, yeah, just the dream song is just has taken over my head. Brainrotting is a real issue. It is, because I can't think of like anything else. Because if I remember correctly, the song goes something like, close your eyes, shut your mouth, dream a dream and get us out. Dream, 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 dream. Hit the hay, fast asleep. Go. Dream a dream, you little bleep. Dream, 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 dream. That's like the only 2 lines that I remember it. I've seen way too many thirsty to that. Oh no! Really? There are thirsty— ugh, 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 ugh. No. Ugh. Why? No. Like, bruh, come on. SMH. Wait, what? Oh, apparently there are thirsty edits with the dream song from Shark Boy and Lava Girl. Apparently. And I hate it. I hate it so much. It's like, why? Bruh. Why? I know, right? I don't know why, but it's just like, bruh. There's nothing sacred. There's nothing sacred anymore. I've only seen spooky edits? Ooh. I'm curious about that now, though. It does make sense. There's thirsty edits with everything. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah. They'll pitch down the song and slow it to make it even spookier. Ooh. Okay, that sounds pretty cool. More haunting. Yeah. Ah! Pain. Got stabbed. I know that they tend to do it with like a lot of different songs. It's really cool though. Like this song must fit a certain vibe. I will edit the song down to make it fit said vibe. Ooh, beef. Well, the mistake is gone. Goodbye. Yeah. I was like, tiptoe by the window. Da 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 da. I cannot remember the words of that song. It was like, tiptoe through the window, or by the window. Mistake? Yeah. That was that. No. No, that was not a corpse. No. No. It was not a corpse. 11, 15, 5 more. Cool. No, not a corpse. Not a corpse. Hey, distraction. Look at the little guy on my shoulder with the PNG tuber. By the way, the person that made the PNG tuber is White Rice. Also called Rice. Go follow them on Twitter and Twitch. They're very cool. The little guy. Yay! Shout out Rice. Yes. Yes, go give them follow. Yes, yes. I love the little guy so much. He's not in a teacup, although he keeps on looking at my little teacup. Oh hey! Hello Frenchy Fries Alice. Hope you're doing well. Love eating rice. Well, if we talk about the food, to be fair, same. If we talk about the person, I don't think they would appreciate that. they don't like having bites taken out of them. They would rather stay whole. Both? Oh. You know, I don't think they would like that. Tumbleweeds. But hello! I hope you're doing well. I hope you're being entertained by my just highly caffeinated rambles. Cause my brain is going burr. Hope you're doing good. I'll be honest, I have no idea what I'm doing, what I'm talking about. I have no clue. Hard to say. I don't know anymore. Cause they're high. I am not Carrie. SMH. I am not high. No. Incorrect. I was watching Calming Organizing ASMR, then I finished and came here. Hey, honestly fair. Oh, that must be quite the whiplash then. Just nice and calming thing. And then you came here and it's just everywhere. I apologize. A body D. I'm sorry. ASMR. Bruh. I better still have the bed bug. No! I better still have the bed bug. To be fair, I don't think I could do ASMR. I really don't think so. Just I don't think so, no. I really don't think I could be just a good person. I know the EP bug, but no! I fell asleep again, no! Bruh! The bed bug better still be there, I swear. Because in ASMR, honestly, same. I don't get how people can listen to it. It's just no and ich. It's just ich. Just no. Oh. Well, he did. Well. Oh well. What are those like Oh yeah, those stem also ADHD traps. I think where it's just like a whole bunch of sound. I think that's what they're called. I think. I don't. Got the wrong die. This your autism is just not one for that. This is. Listen to one ASMR is just YouTuber failing at making one. That's fair. I think the one time I listened to ASMR was when the Game Grumps did like a power hour on it. Yeah, it was just the Game Grumps power hour. It was just bad, and no, I hated it so much. I had to take my headphones off after like the first not even 5 minutes. It was just no. Just scream at me, please. Please and thank you, stop whispering. Yes, exactly. Like, no. Whoopsies. Just no whispering. I don't like it. Get away from my ears. Just no. No more ears. No thank you. After like 2 minutes, he somehow made it. Wait, hold up. Question. How did he make the table fall? I'm curious now. How? Drank too much water and I'm in pain. Oof. If anything, Carrie, I might just like kind of wanna just sit and wait for stomach to process water. It just broke an emblem. Even the table, even the table was just like, no more, we're done. And drank a liter within 30 minutes? Ugh. I know you might just kind of want to chill for a bit. Just a little bit of chill. 13, 19, one more. Also, Carrie, why? You must pace yourself, Carrie. Hello? Art? My door is closed? Car? Hello? To that time I chugged 2 liters of water within 10 minutes. Oh no, Carrie, why? Why would you do that to yourself? No! I mean, I know that you can be. That was my only. Bruh, why? Why would you do that? Why? Carrie, why? It was the water. Okay, I see why now, but still. Carrie, no. It's been like really dehydrated then, but still, Carrie, please. I have a feeling that you did not learn your lesson. Then again, you just drank water, like liters of water within 30 minutes. That day I found out how plants feel when you dehydrate them for too long and then drown them in water. Oh no! Well, at least I have that. Yeah. And now you are responsible enough to take care of plants. Yes, you know how they feel now. You've had the experience. Yes. What do you mean? Bruh. What do you mean? I got them. Do you mean like these guys specifically? Bruh. Ach. Somehow I've had two plants that lived for like 30 or more years. Revived them. It's revival. Oh, they are talking about just the bandits. No! We're gonna do that one. We are gonna ignore you for a moment. Ignoring. Yeah, technically that is responsible enough. Yeah. A disease or something, I don't know. Hey! It has grown. It is a growing plant. Yes, yes. All healthy. Growing plant. Nice and healthy. I would pay tribute this way? It means the aloe vera one is growing new sprouts. Yo! Nice. It is grown. Oh, you. Libel, Madeline, pray for help. Your butler. Try and find him for me. The precious tiny with an orange bow tie. Did you... Did this person... Something tells me that you are perfectly capable, but okay. Very cute. Just in a little turtle-shaped pot. Yes, yes. Hello, cat. How are you? Looking for the butler. Where be the butler? I don't think you are the butler. You do not have an orange bow tie. Looking for things. Looking for things. Looking. For the dude and the guy. Nah. What up? Whoopsies. I did nothing. Ah! Oh, hey, a leaf. It is mine now. I think I went to IKEA soon because I need new chairs since one right now causes extreme hip and tailbone pain. Oof, ouch. Oh, when you go to IKEA, be sure to look at the office chairs, because they are designed for like long-term sitting and everything. So office chairs, highly recommend. I have an office chair. It is very lovely. Yeah. Don't fall for the gamer chair propaganda thing. That destroys your spine and everything. It destroys. Ah, no leaf. Oh well. Yeah. Alright, most of them are made to steal money. Oh no, absolutely. Like 100%. Oopsies. It was just like, yeah, no, they are like 100% designed to steal money, and oh. They're designed. Oh, there it goes. They're designed to steal money, and that is what they will do. With no hesitation. They will steal all your money. Do not fall for the propaganda. This has been a PSA. Want that can recline? Yeah. I have one that reclines. I can... The one that I have can recline, but I have to be very careful about not going too far. They look pretty and that's all already? Absolutely. You know, it's just bright lights, bright flashing lights, and that is it. Lights? Yes? No. Just bright colors to catch your eye. That is it. Rah. Thank you. They're looking for the guy, looking for the dude. Oh, I have to get it all over there. The stream was brought to you by Vale's hate for specific chairs. I know. There's a valid reason for why I don't like the gamer chairs. It's a very valid reason. Very valid. Don't call me out like that, SMH. Come on. There's a very, very valid reason why I do not like those chairs. They destroy your spine. They destroy your spine. And they're there just to look pretty and not be functional. They act as a chair, but not for long term. Ah! I do not like them. That is all. I don't even need to be over here. Free. Oh, hi cat. How are you? Anything else besides that? I got nothing. They like skinwalkers but chair. Sorry, I do not know what I'm saying either. You're fine, no worries. I don't know what I'm saying like half the time either. It's all good. Where can I find the butler bug? Where is he? Where? Where? But also, by the way, you were very right for that. Very true. Very true. Where? Wait on. Hey. Yeah, hi, cat. I see you back there. What are you doing? Oh no. Oh, I think I know what you are saying though. 'Cause they are like nothing but bones. They're just not good. Not good enough. Cat saw the bugs. Cat indeed did see the bugs. Was going to try and attack my screen. Sorry, cat, but these bugs are not for you to catch. I apologize. No bugs for you. At least not these bugs specifically. And for you. Where is the little guy? Where is he? I do not know where he is. Where is he? Wait, hold on. Yeah, I see you. Ah! Not you. You are mine now. Haha! Yeah. I have a cat. She is purring. She is purring. She is adorable. Yeah. Sorry, she was like circling around my legs and everything, and I just grabbed her. Now she's in my arms. And now she's purring. The purring has returned. She doesn't know what to think of my mic. I would sleep to a purring ASMR. Honestly, same. I think purring is like the only thing I do not mind with ASMR. Quiet cat. Quiet cat. Needy cat. Needy kitty. Kitty cat. Oh yeah, you guys can use the emotes. I believe you can even use the yeah, the pet the cat emote. There we go. Pet the cat, pet the cat. Pet. Cat deserves all the pets. Yes. I believe I also have it like as a BGTV as well, if I remember correctly. I don't remember 100%, but I'm fairly certain that at that point. Speaking of BGTV, I also have other, or my Pride emotes are BGTV as well. And they are awesome. And I commissioned Izzy to make them, and they are lovely, and I love them. Get a little cupcake next to my mug in a couple months. Yo! The mug! The mug. Wait, no. Cupcake. Just an adorable little cupcake. Just a little snack. And I think when you have the mug, the little guy is happy. It's like, is smiling. Very happy. Very happy little guy. Ooh. There we go. Where's the butler? I've been looking for him for ages. Where is he? I'm so tempted. Look it up. Yeah! The cupcake makes it so happy. Yeah. Just a happy little guy. Is it the same guy that's on the shoulder? He's so happy. Oh, there's gonna be rain in about like hour and a half or so. Okay, hold on. I'm definitely not looking up where to find the butler. Definitely not. No. Hold. I'm definitely not. He looks up to you when you speak. Yeah, I know, right? he just looks up. He's adorable. I love him. Oh! I have had an epiphany. I think I know where I'm going now. I've had an idea of where I can look. I had an idea of where I can look, so I'm not lost anymore. Yo, let's go. Oh shoot. I did not see that. God is watching the stream. Thank you God for a lightning stream. Yes, it's definitely, just definitely enlightenment. Yes. If I could get that to work, thank you. Wicked, that works. I never thought that I would be the one to be enlightened, considering the fact that I'm not very religious, but here we are. Give me a moment. The stream is just that good. So true, so true. Very true. The stream is just that good. Just that chaotic. God works in mysterious ways, I guess. Hey, there he is! I knew it! I knew he was gonna be over here. Yep, we're just gonna ignore the fact that I spent about like almost half hour looking for this little guy in other places. But hey, we found him! We found the butler. How did he even get here? Honestly, I have no clue. Cause if I didn't have a shield, I would be dead. So not a single clue on how he got there. Doesn't have the hamster ball. I have no idea. He looks very polite though. Very polite. I forgive him. Hey, he's just a polite little guy. Lore. Hey yo, Lore, Lore, let's go. Lore. Lore. Let's go. Lore time. Okay. Then give me a moment. Give me a moment. I'm definitely not looking up how to complete this quest. Aha! I need one more bookshelf for my enchanter. Oh, one more. Oh, I feel your pain. I feel your pain, Carrie. It is rather annoying. Like looking for things. So much enlight. I know, right? Just so much enlightenment. So much. There's 8. There's 8. Oh, that's a lot. So many. I was just trying to check some. Oh, hey! Backpack. Nice. It's just, it is a pain to get just all the leather and everything too. Like, bruh, so much leather. Yee, little top hat. Little top hat. Oh yeah, and then this one. Can't you just steal the hat? I wish. Wait, hold on. Oh, I still have it! Yee! I still have the bed bug. Let's go! You know, you're very right. Wait, I have multiple lore books. Hey, yo, let's go. Yee, bed bug little guy. We're never returning the bed bug. Never again. He's mine now. Mine. It is mine, and no one can take it from me. Haha. L. I'll lie though, it's very tempting. Just kinda to just not talk to the person again. But I also want to get the reward for finishing the quest too. I'm at a few crossroads here. Just Just at a few crossroads. I know that I'm supposed to be looking at, or going on with the main quest and everything. I don't really want to. At the main quest, we have to like go to a desert, I think. Oh. Climbed a hill to find cows or horses, instead found a zombie piglin. Oh! You're not supposed to be out here. How did you get here? No one's been to the nether on the server yet? Oh. Oh no. I was like, hello, you're not supposed to be here. What are you doing here? Side quests. Big good deal in main storyline, so true. There are no portals. Oh. Oh wait. I'm good. Just oh, it might have been a pig got struck by lightning, because I think that is a thing, and that's mechanic. That is a mechanic where if a pig gets struck by lightning, it transforms into a zombie piglin. I almost forgot about that. Yeah! The lightning. You must capture him and name him a lightning pig. He must stay in a museum. Right as you said. Yeah. Timing. The timing. Timing. Yo, voted. Is LMAO censored? I think it's just a Twitch thing. Yeah, I think it's just a Twitch thing. Because on my end, it's not censored. Pretty sure it's just Twitch. Twitch. He has been voted. The lightning pig has been voted. Weird Twitch behavior? Yeah. Just Twitch. Just Twitch. Eh. Just, yeah. Twitch being Twitch. All that stuff. I should probably go... I completely zoned out. Okay. I have no idea what I was talking about previously. I just legitimately zoned out. The cat has claimed the hand. It is now the cat's hand. Oh yeah, this guy likes bad books. Hold on, we give... Oh, one of the worst ones. Or A Twisted Summer. I'm saying about the characters. Oh no. There's at least 3 characters not mentioned post page 75. This includes the main character. Good, bad? Huh. So one more for that guy. Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking that. Like, yeah, it's probably Twilight. Yay. Yeah, it probably is just Twilight bad. As bad as Twilight, yes, yes. Oh no. Can't believe this universe has Twilight. If any universe has Twilight, you know it's just not gonna be good. Like it's not good, not good. Gave myself a panic attack. Oh no. Carrie, are you okay? Did you almost fall down the mountain? I found that you almost fell down the mountain. Oh no. I know. Okay, good. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. Glad you're just you're doing good. Glad you're doing good. My brain is just going everywhere. I can't focus on multiple things at once. Up here. Up here. What's up here? There's a thing up here. Over there. Oh! If I could see what you look like, I wouldn't tell anyone. Who are you? Ooh, I can't see you. Who are you? Same jump. I'm too stubborn to build my way up. That's fair. I want to know what you look like. Listen. Must rely on the blocks. The blocks are there to help. Whoop! A berry! The blocks are your friend. Oh yeah, no, sand definitely not your friend. Sand and gravel, not friend. Gravel and sand, no. Same goes with concrete product. Same goes with concrete powder. There we go. I can speak. There. I think I have to go this way. Oh, angry guy. He looks very angry. Very angry. Who are you? Can I go down? I can. Blah, no. Away with you. I have to go this way. I go this way. Blah. No. No. Refuse. What? Can I go this way? Or not? Alright. Guess I can't. Sounds good. Alright. Where do I go? I know how to find, like, something. That's just a big old sand trap. Where am I going? Oh, maybe up there? Nope. No. You're adorable, but no. Going the right way? Aha! Yes? Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Lost my cat. Uh-oh. Is that a can? Yeah. Yeah, that's a can, yeah. Oh no, where's the cat gone? Over here. Okay. Ow. Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? I thought it was it, apparently not. Oh! The cat has returned, let's go! Cat return. Return of the cat, return of the cat. Please return, return of the cat. I don't know where I'm going anymore. And here's a key. I have everyone here have cats? Yes. Yes, so many cats. Yes. Give me a moment. Definitely not looking things up. Definitely not. I figured it out. Okay. Thought you were zoning out. Kind of. I was. Ish. A little bit. Yes and no. I have a man cat and a dog. Looks very much like a cat. Ayy. That's fair, that's fair. Do I speak? I had a dog that acted like a cat. She would constantly just kind of sit on the back of the couch. Like, constantly. It gave me raps. Yo, let's go! Ah, I can continue. Whee! Animals of this generation. SMH. SMH. Wait, hold on. I could just speak to the one person over here. Ugh. I just spoke so fast and so quickly. Ugh. I think I like having a cat in Minecraft because they can actually give you like a phantom membrane, which is very nice to have, especially in hardcore Minecraft when you really don't want to deal with like the phantoms and everything. Oh, I apologize for speaking quickly. Oh jeez. Ugh. And we go here and we continue the story. Press key. Wicked. Don't know how that worked, but oh well. I do like this music though. Very nice music. It's very creepy. This is also oddly convenient. This was super easy. Oddly convenient. Something feels off, doesn't it? Tiny bit. Oh. Yeah, it definitely went wrong very quickly. We got him! We got him! These are the ones the wasps want, aren't they? Oh, the wasp? Oh. Shove them in the dungeon, take their stuff. We eat as kings tonight. Oh! Lovely. Bruh. Well, The wasps are evil seems accurate, yeah. Very much so. Okay, perk up. We can't let V beat pep talks. Our great team. There's water. With the water? Your 2D just passed through. It's so true. Ah! Well, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean I can't? Bruh. What do you mean I can't use it? It might be, yeah. I know it's a very well sealed cell. The Yamagari ice magic will help. At least there's water to drink. You okay there, Kapu? I got an idea. Humor me one moment. Much else to do? Could dig us out of here. Ooh. Pretty time consuming. Fantastic at digging. If you stick with me, we'll be out in no time. We're just gonna get all dirty. Stay here and starve. Ooh. We didn't really need it, did we? I mean, that's fair. Ayy. Nice. Oh, wrong one. Yo, let's go. Wait, there's a thing over here. Taking it, it's mine now. Oh! Ah. I did not expect that to be a bug, I won't lie. Maybe, I don't know, maybe. Do you think she's just asleep? Did you wake her? It looks like it really does. Yeah, it really does look like a tomato. Hello, fellow bug. Oh. Oh. Oh my goodness. You're adorable. Look at your little eyes. Ah. So cute. I don't actually taste like cherries. Aw. We might give you a hug though. That's fair. Cerise. Ground. I came to this weird land looking for my boyfriend. Aw. Got really sleepy, so I dug a hole to take a nap in, and monsters can't see you if you can't see them, you know? Cerise is not part of the team. So true. Oh. Weird shiny berry while digging. Oh! Woo! Berry. Bug napped. Just bug napping more people. Okay, love you, bye bye. Ah, you are forgiven. You are forgiven. I forgive you. You're adorable. I want to pat you on the head. You're adorable. You're so cute. I forgive you. I forgive. You said okay. Yeah. She said okay. Yeah. That made me really happy. I like that. Hostiles ahead. I can't really smack them on Beamerang. Be wise for us to avoid being found again. We'll have to sneak away through until we find our items. Ugh. Can I go this way? No. Can I go this way? No. Can I? Whoa! Oh. Continue. Thank you. Ah! Okay, what's over here? There's a thing over here. What's over here? Oh! I don't think I should be over in this direction, maybe? Something tells me I probably shouldn't be over here. Alright, going this way. Whee! Oh, shoot. Well, that didn't work. To be fair, you shouldn't be anywhere. So true. I should still be within the cage. I should just stay in the cell. But I want to be free. I want to be a free bug. Free bug. I go zoom. Leave me. I'm still dealing with just the brain that goes zoom. I apologize. Oh! Oh, come on! I was in the ground! I was in the dirt! Why do they keep putting you in the exact same cell? To be honest, I have no idea, but I'm taking advantage of it. That's on them. That's their own fault. It could also be just the only one that they do have. Aha! You can't see me. You cannot see me. L. Suffer. Almost just walked into a lava pool. Ooh. Oh. Ah, not supposed to be here either. Gotcha. Supposed to be over there. Aha, I see. Same level of self-preservation of Vale. I have decent self-preservation. Ish. It's there. Sometimes. Sometimes it's there. Whee! Sometimes. Sometimes. I'm sorry. Was finding coal on a stone island apparently it's just hollow with a massive lava pool inside. Oh, that's not good. I really hope that the enemies just kind of ignore Leaf and Kaboo just kind of standing on their table. I really hope that they aren't seen. Feather assault. Boss gonna handle them. We just gotta hang in there. Oh no! How did I fall? What is going on? Oh no! We must not be found out. He says as he stands on the table. Kabui got us found out, how could he? Okay, I'm good. I'm okay. Oh no. I'm okay. Oh boy. I'm okay. I'm good. Oh, come on. Man. Just man, I hope no one hears us, right, guards? You're so right. You're so right, prisoners. Oh wait, prisoners, you're supposed to be inside your cell. Uh-oh. Oh, dude, I love this game. So much. This game, 10 out of 10. I love it. So good. Such a good game. It's so silly. I love it. Okay, now please. Whoa. Please. Just don't. Just don't do that again. Please. I beg. I beg. Please to stay. Thank you. It's a very silly game. Oh! Broken orange beetle horn. Unusually sturdy radius hubris. Why? Why? Okay? Huh? Why? I mean, okay. Wait. You're not supposed to go that way? Where am I supposed to go? I am a little bit of confusion. Because I still don't have the beamerang. Where do I go? Over here? No, I do not. I'm confused. Yeah, just not there. Don't know what I was suspecting, but it wasn't that. Huh. Oh well. I guess I go over here. I guess. Can I go like underneath this leaf? Cannot. Let me be. Leave me be. Thank you. I have to go that way? I did not see you. Oh. Well, I mean, that one saw me. I have no idea how the other bug didn't see me, though. Considering the fact that, I was just... You're good, you're good. Considering the fact that, I was just... like, going through a whole bunch of dirt, I'm very surprised that it just didn't see me at first. I have no idea how it didn't see me, but okay. Alright. I guess. Something tells me that this bug may need glasses. Whoa. Whoa. That was weird. Which, I mean, I totally get that. My glass, I definitely need glass. Oh, is that what I'm supposed to do? See. I see. This really is just stealth mission. Pay no attention to the sudden cube of ice you see there. There's nothing. Just ignore the cube of ice. This is your consciousness. Consciousness. Subconscious? There we go. Just, ignore. Just ignore. Just ignore the piece of ice just slowly moving. Yep, it's always been there. Always been there, no worries. It's always been there. Your mind's just playing tricks on you, it's always been there. Oh my god, even more. Oh hey, what's that? There's something over there. I see. Okay. Where do I go? Okay, so something tells me I go over to where that crack in the hole, or crack in the wall is. Hole in the wall? Yes. I miss Hole in the Wall. I miss MCC. I might play it again. Probably after MCC Rising though, because yikes. I find that that server's gonna be a bit. Oh, I see. Cool. I'm gonna be a bit busy with MCC Rising coming up again. Actually, kind of surprised that it's coming up again. Where? Let me free. Oh no! Do I go this way? I think I go this way. Only path. I think. I don't like clay. Carrie. I don't like that. I don't like that smile, Carrie. What are you staring at? Oh no. Pat, pat, pat. Pat, pat, pat. Hopefully your finger gets better. Oh, the wasps. The wasps do look really cool. I like them. Okay, when the job is completed, tucked you in and helped you get secure materials. You're done. Think we're done. The job's way past done. Watch your tone, thieves. Wanna fight here? It ain't gonna end well for you. You best go report this. Wait, we ain't finished here? Oh, treasure? 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 Hold on, there's a book. Book! And the beamering and all the other stuff. Wicked. Not my intent. Oh. Oh. Yeah, now that makes sense why your index finger would be just gone. You know, that makes sense why your index finger would just be gone. Yeah, that makes sense. Fat, fat, fat. Things? Oh, okay. Wicked. Wait, does that mean I can stop just messing around or flying around now? Maybe. Maybe. Oh. Ow! Pain! That was rude. Very rude, isn't it? It's all good. See you later. See you later, Clay. Death? Death. Wicked. I was scratching my face! Rude. Oh, I almost hit the wrong button. Whoopsies. No, you're not stealing anything from me. Away with you. Brain. Back in a second. Okay, sounds good. Oh, I almost pressed the wrong button again. And boo. And then death to you. Wicked. Haha. Point. Thank you. Thank you for your sacrifice. I'm also gonna get this now too. Precious silk. Find the rightful owner. Will do. Ah. Yeah, green. Ah, I got it right that time. And then go to you. And then near death. Good. And then spam. Yeah, I don't think so. Don't you dare try to steal my things. No, no, no. I don't think so. I do not consent. Away with you. Death. Death. Die. I pressed the wrong button. How did I do that? I don't know. Oops. Yeah, there's that. Then maybe if I press the right button. Cool. Wicked. And do that. Ah. And then death. Yeah, almost at 10 exploration points. Almost at a level up. Ooh. There was something over there that I Cool. You're annoying. Ah. Bright. That's bright colors. Shapes and colors. Spam like your life depends on it. Wicked. Yeah, might as well. That works. And then do a turn away for you. Then do the dash through again. Ah! Death to that one. And then ignore the rock. Meet. And one should be or death. Oh, so close. Hey, welcome back, Gary. Welcome back. Hope you're doing good. Oh, let's start at the beginning. Cool. Oh no, bro. I guess that makes sense. I did kind of leave a dungeon. Ugh. The liter water cut up to me. Oh. I'm glad you. Who put these there? Who put these there? Ooh. Ooh. Ow. Who was it? Can I flee now? Can I just run? I didn't want to get to you. There we go. Let's go! More books. The bookshelf. More books. More books. Books. Ow! I find that I might die. I feel like death is near. just gonna go a little bit this. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh no! Bruh. I thought there was gonna be things for me to steal. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was very wrong. I was very wrong. There was nothing for me to steal. Oh. I have no berries. Fine. Oh? Floor 2? Oh, hey! Ant witch? Talk about the ant queen? Oh wait, I'm not here like at all. Uh-oh. Well, we'll see how this goes. 50. Oh. Oh. Uh-huh. I see. Uh-oh. Oh, you did not. I can't. I am mad. Mad. I just wanted to heal. Ah, L. Okay, now can I heal, please? Please? 8. Press 4 to your sleep. Yeah, no, I have no... very little healing. Excuse? I have a feeling that I won't be winning this one. I have a slight feeling that, I won't be winning this one at all. As the... something tells me that I won't be winning. Just a little bit of an observation. Tiny observation. He's already dead. Yeah, something tells me that I won't be winning this one. a completed bandit. Ooh, nice! I think I'm just gonna die. But yo, that's a good find right there. And though their tale was never finished. This is buried somewhere though. Yeah, just have to go find a little bit. That is so bright. Okay. You know, we are gonna nope. Actually, we are gonna leave here. Cool. You know, we're just gonna leave. We're just gonna leave, and then heal, and then come back. And then defeat the bandit leader. That sounds good to me. That's a solid plan. Yes, yes. Good plan, good plan. I have no baddie. I am poor. I am poor. I'm a poor lad. Very poor lad. Sad. Poor sad lad. Gotta go to the bank. Gotta go get stuff from the bank. Oh. Hehe. Daddy. Can be a berry touch a thing again, I'm gonna explode. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The most I can say about like buried treasure and everything is sorry, got distracted. It's usually somewhere in the netherrack. Usually. Like, cause there's always gonna be one unless someone else got to it and then destroyed the chest. Cause there's usually always a chest somewhere. And if there's not one, then someone maybe already got to it and then destroyed the chest? No. Wait, yes. Usually, though. Usually. No blocks here, so I doubt it. Oh, okay. Must have wished before it wasn't good. Ooh, okay. It might just be like kind of buried then? Because there will always be one. It just might be like slightly buried by, you know, just like slightly buried by either like the surrounding blocks or the netherrack. It's usually like always there though. Yes. I already got your things. Yep. Hiccups. Wait! I thought I healed. Apparently I did not. Give me one moment real quick. Like one tiny moment. Just gotta restart the game real quick. Because I refuse to go through that again. Whoopsies. Whoopsie doodles. Oops. There we go. Cool. Yep. Awesome. Okay. Oops. Oh. Hey. Ah! Thank you. And now we heal. Wicked. I didn't realize that I could fall there. Whoops. Okay. There we go. Awesome. And now we go and beat up the leader. Now we're good. Now we know not to use any items. Yes, second time's the charm, and we're just gonna speed on past it. Gonna speed on past, speed on past. Yep. Gonna zoom. Hi, Gonna Cat. How are you doing? Never mind all the nether I can make. Oof. Ouch. I guess it was where current legend spawn? That's really weird though. Wow, that hurt. Ooh. I almost didn't press the right button. So I can't use any item, but can use. Pretty sure I can use That's your move. Been freed? No. Not yet. Also, welcome back, Clay. Hope you're doing good. Aha! I can use that. L. Run in dirt has also been a move. Oh. Ah, there's 3. Kind of so much time passing as true. Dropped. Honestly, not a clue. I wish I knew, but I don't know. And, Okay, that's good. Let's see. Yeah, should. That's okay. I think I'm gonna be free in just a moment. At least hopefully. Maybe. You will have to wait and see. Unbelievable, I know, right? I'm ignoring that was a pun. They make puns? They do every now and again, yeah. That didn't work. Oh. There goes Kaboo, I guess. Alright. Ah. Well then. Whoops. I know, right? I know, he's always like the first to die, and I feel a little bit bad, I won't lie. Like, oh no, the poor dude. Oh, man. And I can't use any items to heal him, because I don't have anything to revive. Uh-oh. I think I might be dead. Aha! I'm good. I'm good. Just barely got past that, but we're good now. We. Okay, so I think I might just do health. There we go. Yeah, a win's a win. Just barely won. Oh, bandits. Kill them. Death. Death, death, death. Oh. Oh. Sad. Nope, no more death. Oh. No, no more fights. More fights. Sadness. Ooh! Symbolizes the earth. Cool. Wasp betrayed. Lower than dirt. Your mercy is repaid. Does everybody hate wasps? Yes. Yes. Very much so. I know, right? I don't... It's very fair. Are there spiders? Yes, there are. Yeah, there are spiders. There were spiders, yeah. The first, like the very, very first boss, we had to beat up a spider. Evil and out. Evil. Very evil. Oh yeah, Incy Wincy! Yeah, Carrier's gotten attached to that specific spider. Gotten very, very attached to Incy Wincy. Yeah. There's one good spider. That depends on your definition of good. Oh, hey! Oh, look at that. Hey! That spider was trying to eat me. I had to. I'm sorry. The spider was trying to eat me. It was trying to chomp. Trying to go om-nom. You're invading his property too? Technically, yes. Technically. But here's the thing. I had to save Leaf, okay? I had to save Leaf, and we love the lad. We love the little icy lad. Don't go at me. I had to go save a buddy. And then no. Wait, something to hide? I don't. Renovation. Whee, going this way. Ooh, we like charms. I like to be overcharmed thing. Ooh, sparkly, shiny, shiny, sparkly. Wicked. I don't know where to go next. Ask around town and then quest? Possibly. I need another piece of this. I don't. Ease. I say I might just. I might just look at the different. Oh yeah, no, I'm definitely doing that. Probably the ruins. And I'm definitely just kind of ignoring. I'm just definitely ignoring that guy. Definitely ignoring him. No particular reason. I'm just ignoring him. Hold on, I thought I... Bruh. Bruh. How many people do I have to talk to? Is the bees cool thing only the boomerang? Pretty much. I think in the sandcastle though, I can, like, the bee can like fly over like really large gaps though. Eventually down the line. Eventually. I think that might be with the next power up, I think? Oh, give me a moment. I see. I've had an epiphany. I know what I need to do. I'm definitely not just kind of looking things up whenever I'm lost. Yeah, no, definitely not. Nah. I would never. No, definitely not. Definitely not. I would never. We should keep track of epiphanies and enlightenments. If we want to, go for it. If you want to, go right on ahead. I have no idea which one we're at right now. Ooh. The red tumbleweed. Ow. Painful, that hurt. How do you? This one, number 4. Maybe. I don't know. Like it's either like 4 or 3, I think. Oop, wrong button. 3 or 4, yeah. Somewhere there. Give or take. You know, one of them. It is a number. Yes, yes. Burn. Oh. You're so dizzy. Does not look like a fair fight. It really doesn't, no. Maybe not the fairest of fights. Yeah, not the fairest of fights. Ooh. Oh, okay. Cool. At this point, yeah, a little bit. Let me through. Ball. I have become ball. I am become. And I just push people around while ball form. I'm sorry, I had to. Oh. Is I Spug T-posing? Yes. Yes. Yes, he is. He's just having a grand old time, just being a ball. Oh, dude, I know, right? Oh, hey. An oasis. Hello. It's meeting you. First spot the mountain. You just run over the buglings. Well, absolutely. It's a lot of fun just kind of like pushing them around. Just run over the bugs. It's all good. I don't mind. Oh. Oh hey! Hello, you. Really familiar, Roach. Likely a statue of the Roach village founder. Oh. Oh yeah, piece of lore. Apparently roaches, like, founded a lot of the intelligence and civilizations and everything. And artifacts and all that. And now bugs nowadays want to know more about what happened to the roaches and all that. Roaches? Something along the lines of immortality, I think. And because roaches never really die, or at least like they're very, very difficult to. It's very difficult to kill them. Are they still alive? Hard to say. We don't know. They might be. Who knows? They might be. No idea. Oh, do safe travels. Okay. And now we go. Both keys. Okay. And now we go, and now we leave. Flap. Where's this? What is this? Wrong way. I've sended. And I've been gifting you the power of epiphanies. Pretty much. Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. The epiphanies have been granted to me by the roaches. They help so much. No. There we go. I see. Everything has come full circle. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, I hear a kitty cat. Is that my kitty? Yes, hello. Yes. Hello, Flops. But I must get somewhere safe so I can pick you up. Yes, hello. My cat. All this time you've just been following canon. Absolutely. 100%. I have my cat now. I had my roommate's cat before. Now I just have my cat. Yes, hello, kitty. Yes, hello, hello. Done. Cat break. Break for petting cat. Oh, I guess it's also water time too. Okay. Water time. Water. Yes, hello. You're just gonna sit there? Just watching the bugs go across the screen? Is that what you're gonna do? Or are you gonna try and attack the wires? Like you always do? We'll see. We'll see what she does. We'll see. Nope. Just loaf. Just become a loaf. Cat is going to paw the screen. Yeah. She might, but now she's kind of just loafing and watching. I have another viewer, and the viewer is a cat. No, she's just... Cat is just chilling. Cat is the only real one. The only real one. The only one. Oh, nope, there she goes. Nope, there she goes. Never mind. The cat is not a real one. SMH. So sad. Unsubscribe? Oh, wait. Another cat is by me. No. Hold on. It is roommate cat. Roommate's cat. Hello. I'm gonna purr. Wait. I'm trying to get her to purr into the mic. Wait. Oh, there we go. There are the purrs. A little bit. A little bit of purring, not much though. I think she's still confused by my mic. Alright, down you go. Oh yeah, no, I know what you want. No, not yet. Don't you look at me with those big ol' eyes. Bye-bye, cat. I know exactly what she wants. They want food. Little do they know, they have yet to accept the fact that their food is delivered or is given to them automatically by the feeders. I won't lie, probably the best purchase I've ever made. Just an automatic cat feeder. Where am I going? Oh yeah, I know where I'm going now. I'm good. I go this way. Whee! Oh, it is very convenient. Like, if you are able to buy one and you have a cat, get one, because it is so useful. Mostly because you don't have to worry about feeding them at like the exact time. Or feeding them at a time exactly. Hold on, words. Bleh, brain is going burst still. I don't have to worry about like going away for like a weekend and then having no one like feeding the cats or anything. Just set up the automatic feeders for certain times, and then it'll like automatically go off throughout the days. Like if cat normally has like 2 meals a day, you could set one up at like 6 a.m. and then again at like 6 p.m. So then that way throughout the day, they get their food at those times. It solves a lot of issues. Yeah, we'll heal. Ah! I almost just went through the floor. But I don't know what happened. That could solve so many issues, actually. Yeah! It's very convenient. The only thing... This stream has been sponsored by Automatic Cat Feeder. You heard it here first, folks. This stream is now sponsored by Cat Feeder. What? Ground. Baking. Oh! Okay. Where? Who? Where did you come from? Huh? Big guy. I'm so glad that I healed now. Okay. Oh. Who are you? Oh, a scorpion. I see. Who are you? We've got to knock it out. Oh, lovely. Okay. Good to know. I read Dude Scorpion. I mean, it is very close to a Dude Scorpion. No, it's a Dune. It is very close to Dude, though. You know what? From now on, it is now just called Dude. Just called Dude. No, we're gonna do this. Ah! Okay, that's not a fun guy. Definitely not a fun guy. I did. I sure hope you're not gonna be a one-time mini-boss. I sure hope not. We'll definitely have to see, though. It's gonna be hard to say. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. I guess. That's just an entire rock! Oh! Okay. Ah! I see. Huh. I didn't know that he just kind of throws rocks. Where did it take the rock from? I have no idea. I don't have a single clue. Not a single clue. No idea. And I'm scared to ask. I'm a little bit scared to ask where it got that from. Just a tiny bit. Just a itty bitty bit. Dude, it's so confusing. Yeah, a little bit. Ooh, cool, 6. Okay. We're just gonna hope that I can just continue freezing him. Cool. Oh, card. Hello. Okay, and then another heavy strike. Oh, hush. Cool, you know, like ice. Okay, please work again, because that'd be very lovely if you did. Shoot. I deserve that. That kind of hurt a little bit. Lovely. He heard the joke and was not amused. Ones. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Oh, that attacked twice. Oh no. Okay. Okay, that's 5. Cool. Should be good after this? Or after V, V. Okay. Okay, we're good. Oh! Whoa! What? What? Huh? Okay, so we went from celebrating a victory that I was very close to whatever that was. What happened? Huh? Did Leaf just die? I don't know. I'm hoping not, cause that was really strange. Leaf? No time just to say if you value your friend's life. Were those I have no idea. Oh. Car, hello? It's a failure, yet another one? Disgusting. If it keeps up like this, our research... What's going... What? Huh? Throw it out with the others, we should call it... Huh? Car, please? What is this floor? I don't know. I'm so confused. Hey, welcome back. Hope your dinner was good. I had no idea what's going on right now, I won't lie. We're getting some lore about Leaf. A failure? What are— oh. Oh no, the poor Leaf, no. Ah, flashbang. Ah, water time. Alright. Water. Please, you have to wake up. Knock it off already. He lives. I made sure to treat the wound. Just what were those things coming out of him? That's what I want to know. Doesn't matter. Only that Leaf wakes up. Aww, can't lose someone again? Aw, Kaboo. Then stop shaking him. He'll come around. It matters. It matters. Tell us. Tell us what those were. Leaf. Leaf lives. Goodness gracious, you had me in the most deep of panics. I love that saying. I'm gonna say it now. No kidding. He's been shining for hours. But I was really worried too. Yeah. He's just a polite little guy. Zasp, where are we? What happened? That's what I want to know. You let your guard down like a fool and got shanked. I mean, yeah. I love the fact that he just uses the word shanked. Though it's very true. Yeah, I like Zasp. Zasp jumped in and broke that scorpion's face. Oh, hello again, cat. You just chillin'? And do I have? Hold on. I must play with cat with laser pointer for a little bit. Yeah? Yeah? I don't know if you can hear, but now she's just kind of zooming around. Zoom. Zooming cat. Is Zasp a lady or a man or a bug? Man bug, I think. If I remember correctly. Oh, her eyes are so wide. Cat got the zoomies. Yeah. She loves the laser pointer so much. She will zoom. Her eyes are so wide. Don't thank me. I had a little. Your voice sounds so chill, to be honest. Oh, thank you. Yeah. I won't lie. I won't lie. I kind of use streaming as a way to kind of make sure that I talk, because I don't really talk a lot IRL. So this definitely helps with just me continuing to talk and everything. So I'm glad you like the sound of my voice and how chill it is. Free voice therapy. Pretty much. Basically, yeah. Although I still mess up with words and everything. That's just because words in speaking difficult. I don't like. Basically. It doesn't matter. It does! Just tell us. Tell us. Tell us what those things were. It only matters that you yet to breathe. I lost so many. I truly feared we would lose you, so it doesn't matter. Aww. Aww. Kaboo's gonna make me cry. There are gonna be tears. Yeah, the doctor said you had weird stuff in you anyways. Kaboo. Aww. How touching. I guess my work here is done. Aww. Gonna cry. There are gonna be tears. Zasp, even with what you said, thank you. Aww. Oh, make me cry. There are gonna be tears. It's hard to find good friends. You'd best go get that artifact before Mothivia. I still don't know how to pronounce her name. These names, I swear. Ends her vacation. Whoop. Alright, see ya. That's right, we heard these voices, something about research. Must be connected to us. We can't stop now. What if the castle holds answers? Yeah, he just went poof. Just poof. Are you gonna be okay? That was looking super bad. To be honest, I wish I could do that in any sort of social situation. Just be like, okay, this is too much for me. I'm gonna go now. Bye bye. And then just poof. It doesn't matter. Rosa poof. Pretty much. It's that pee pee poof. Just poof. We could always go rest at the inn. No, we felt that it's important. Teleporting like an Abra for real. Pretty much, yeah. Would you help us just a bit longer? As if you had to ask, Team Snankmouth is gonna get that treasure. And it's settled. Let us proceed to the sandcastle. We continue and hopefully not get shanked by any more scorpions. Also, if you want to know just like kind of how big the bugs are, this is a regular can of soda, which I'm guessing would be like in the US. They are tiny. Cat has woken the Roomba. Neum. Roomba go burr. Me randomly when my social battery is 0. I feel that. No, that's me 100% too. Okay, are we ready to finally just see what the sandcastle is about? Tiny trees. Yay, the tiny trees. They are just little sticks. Itty bitty. The tiny trees. Tiny bugs, tiny trees. Itty bitty. To have the social battery of an old Nintendo. I wish. Oh. Okay. Alright. Alright. I guess that happened. Really, I've never seen such an impressive structure. I wonder if it'd make the queen somewhat jealous. Don't compliment the enemy. But to be fair, I do have a pretty cool castle. Oh, the artifact must be here then. Will you truly be okay, Leaf? Really can just go back if you feel bad, you know? Oh, they're worried. Oh. Thank you for your concern, but we'll manage. Be ready though. This doesn't look like an easy place to explore. Yeah, see, look at this. So this is cool. Like, that's pretty cool. I'll compliment that. I'll compliment the castle. Yeah, Leaf, you're making weird poses. Oh. I do like good music though. What? Oh, that's okay. I'm dumb. I'm looking for a bit. Has a family time. Also be listening though. Yay! All good. No worries. It is all good. I can't wait for the vinyl. Yeah. Oh wait. Oh yeah. You bought the vinyl of this, didn't you? Wait. Did you actually order it? Cool though. What are you? Are you a robot? Hold. Who? What? Ooh. Different vinyl from the one I sent in Burn Rot. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. Hold on. Hold on. What are you? What are you? Looks like the tiny creatures from... It does! It really does! The crawler, is that a bug or a bot? It's mega weird and it even changes color when it's cold. Oh, okay. I was going to get the Undertale and Slime Rancher vinyls too. Ooh, nice. Also, to be fair, the Undertale and Slime Rancher OST, very good. Oh, okay. Okay. Not expecting that, but alright. Sounds good. I'm so confused. Ooh, berries. Good. Save. Kirby? Alright. Sounds good. Venus here. No healing, just talk. Built by the roaches back when they roamed freely around Bulgaria. It still feels like it was yesterday. They were scurrying around the land trying to get stuff together. Sapling brought a lot of blessings, but also curses to them. Oh, okay. You're suspiciously shadow looking. I am. Just a tiny bit. Ooh. Oh yeah, I remember you. No, just a tiny bit. It's probably with that stuff all up there and everything. Oh! Oh, is this another one of those puzzles? Oh, I see, I see. Okay, can I go underneath? Oh! Oh! That's right. Are we gonna get more epiphanies? Hopefully not. I think I can figure this out. At least I think so. I would definitely have to see. Should be good though. If I do that. Ooh, yes, haha! Did it! Wicked. I'm actually kind of surprised I did that. Somehow that worked. Cool. Awesome. And then it's gonna stay like that, right? Wicked. Awesome. Completely planned. It's planned fully. Oh. Just 100% planned. Well, that doesn't work. That didn't work at all. What the heck? Listen. Oh! Oh, thank you for the heals. Yeah, thank you, B. That was very helpful. Thank you. Thank you so much. So helpful. To be fair, it was just my fault of doing that. This should work though. Wicked. Ugh! That didn't work like planned. Whoopsies. Wait, electricity? Apparently. Apparently, yeah. Yeah, so I'm pretty certain that that little thing is a bot, not a full bug. Yeah, it's just fully robot. Fully robotic. Oh hey, Kaboo, you're fine now. We're good. Cool. Yeah, we're good. We're fine. Everything's fine. It's all good. All good. There we go. Okay, cool. Then we go this way. I fear... Oh! What are you? 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 You terrify me. These bugs are so not bugs. Yeah, no, they're really not. They're very much not bugs. Oh, haunted cloth. Ah, I see. So, definitely not a bug then. Cool. This thing's got issues. Maybe? Maybe dead bugs? Maybe... I have no idea. Cool. I don't know if ice is gonna do anything. That's a little bit. Whoa! Well then. Oh. Ah. Lovely. So lovely. Yeah, no, I didn't like that. Leave having a sense of humor is wonderful. Yeah, it definitely is. Or that might have been the B. Might have been the B. I know that definitely caught me off guard though. Alright, let's do a little bit of a yeah, no win for Leaf, unfortunately. So much sadness. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Interesting. Alright. I do kind of want to see over there. Whoa. Oh, yeah, nope, that didn't work. Wait, where am I going? Oopsies! I'm pretty sure all the games should be capable of flying. Yeah. Whoops. Whoops! Good job, streamer. Thank you. Thank you. We're just gonna go that way. Alright. It's all good. We're good. We're fine. All good. We're fine. Everything's fine. Yep. All good. Everything's fine. Nothing to worry about here. It's all good. We're just gonna ignore those few fails there. Yep, we're good. We're fine. I completely missed there. Okay, yep, we're good. We're fine. Everything's good. We are fine. I don't think that was needed, but thank you. Oh, there's ambulance. Alright, yep, we're good now. Yep, no, we're fine, we're good. Yeah, that definitely worked. There we go. Alright, V, come on. Thank you. Thank you. See, we're fine. We're good. All good. All good, all fine. Yep, it definitely worked in the long term. We got this. We got it. Everything's fine. No worries. Okay. What? Oh, I have to hold it? Oh. Everything's fine, false. Pretty much, yeah. That is my motto, just everything is fine. Oh, no, please. That is my motto, just everything is fine. We're all good. Oh, hello motorcycle, how you doing? You doing good there? Glad you're doing good. Okay, maybe if I stay as Leaf, it should be good. Cool. Then we go like that to get the berry. Berry. Lovely. Very good. Optimistic Twitch streamers are rarity. I try my best to be optimistic, okay? I try. There we go. I do my best. Even though sometimes my best isn't really good. See, it's all good. All good. We appreciate. We're good. Thank you. Oh, there's the cat. Oh, hi kitty cat. Hope you're doing good. Oh yeah, here we go. Big lock. Key. Yeah, healing spit. It's either spit or just breath in general. I don't know which one. This thing. Oh, I see. Okay. Whoa! I think? Maybe? I don't know. Hold on. Let me get some information on this guy. Oh yeah! A floating head with lasers. Ah! Lovely! The fun! So much fun! Yeah, no, that's not very helpful. It's really not. Yeah, it's definitely not very helpful. Oh, hey, thank you for the heal. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Alright, cool. And then one more, and then we're all good. And then we will never see the floating head again. Hopefully. I have a feeling, though, that we might. Who's Ghost Guy? Not a clue. They just call him Warden, I guess. Whoa! I didn't like the fact that he's very angry when cold. I did not appreciate. Just no appreciation. No, no. I'd rather not. Just no. There we go. And then we're just gonna give it to Leaf. Because he does more damage. Not appreciating the vibes they bring to the sand place. Or the sand palace. Yeah, no, I'm not appreciating it either. Like, come on. And I'm definitely not appreciating it. They should have different vibes. They need to get different vibes. Different vibes would be much appreciated. Like, not gonna lie. Different vibes. Okay, then that stays there. Oh, definitely. Those vibes would be much better than what we got right now. Oh! Okay then. Okay, so okay. Alright. Not expecting this guy again, but I guess we're here. Thank you for the power up, I appreciate it. Would have been a better use on Kabu, but here. Ow. Sorry, I had to. Just how. I'm sorry, I had to. I couldn't help myself, it had to be done. Oh, wait, ready? Ready for it? Let's go jump, I guess. Yeah, I guess so. I guess. It's going nuts. Alright, sounds good. Okay, that guy's been dealt with now. Oh. V. Oh. Paralyzed. The coffee is still here, oh no. What do you mean? I have done... I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you mean. The coffee is well and done. It's all good. Oh hey, level up. Let's go. Wicked. Nice. I don't trust this. Everything's fine. It's all good. I'm getting more health though. See, it's all good. We're good. We're fine. All good. Oh! Health is important. Yes, yes. Very much. Ah. Oh wait, hold on. Is there a secret thing over here? I want there to be secret. Give me item. Oh. Hey, welcome back, Carrie. No secret thing. I'm sad now. I have a feeling that this might work? Ah, it does. I don't know about wording it like that, but yeah. They're... This balls. Over here. Secret? Oh, secret, let's go! No, go in there, go in there. Thank you. Ah. L. Just ball. Ball. Time for a ball. All time. All time. Whoa. see. Okay. Oh, hey! Puzzle has been solved. Oh. Whoa! Floating head. That still scares me. Oh, lovely. Oh. That's very lovely. That's so lovely. I don't like that second guy. Yeah, no, I don't like the ice one either. Just, not looking like a team player. You know, just very much just... Not a team player. But just not a team player, this one. Super pasta material, absolutely. 100% definitely creepypasta material. Oh jeez! Okay. I guess. What just happened? I don't know what just happened. I'm so confused. Okay. Oh hey, welcome back, Kaboo. How was your little ice nap? Hope it was good. No, we're just gonna do that. I don't like this ice guy. Wicked. There we go. And wow. The embodiment of kill it with fire. Exactly. And it'll just fire. Fire is needed. So much fire. So much fire is needed. Oh. I do not like this. Oh, there goes Leaf. Oh, this guy again. No. Bruh. Yes. We got this guy again. This guy returns. Yay! The little tiny S guys. Meow. It's little ice guys. Itty bitty. Little guys. Go neum. Wait, no. Through, yes. Neum. Wow. I can't help it, I have to. I have to. Just how? It's a fun noise to make, I'm sorry. I have to. I'm sorry, I have to. We're gonna let Crew have the bit. So. There we go, wicked. Oh. What? We love you as you are. What do you? I don't know if that's a compliment. I don't know. I'm so confused. There's so much confusion. Now what's over here? Nothing. Wicked, we go back. whoa, I don't think I'm supposed to be up here. I don't think I'm supposed to be up here. Oh, too bad I'm staying up here. Nope, I stay up here now. Nope, this is mine. I claim this. Is mine. Is mine. No, I claim. It's mine now. Oh. I was flying, yeah. It's a tiny bit of flight. I don't think they appreciated that though. Where do I go? You said it before. It's not cheating if the game lets you do that. That is very true. That is so true. You were so right. So true. Still have to get over there. Yeah, if the game lets me do that, it's fine. It's all good. It's fine. Nothing to worry about. Over here. I got. This way. Okay. Oh, it's just this again. Ooh, wait, what? Oh, I see! I did it. There we go. That works. It was that easy, apparently. Apparently, yeah. Apparently it was just that easy and I just didn't see it until then. I guess. Yeah. Oh. You know what? No, Kabu gets the second turn. Yeah, they're called hiccups. No. Yeah, they're called crawlers. I know, right? Just such a way with names. And how the B is called V. Or I still don't know how to pronounce her name, but I'm gonna go with V. I can only guess how to pronounce the other names. I have no idea. Cool. Hey, there we go. Probably the closest pronunciation to a pun. You were so right. That is so true. What is this? I think I'm going to heal up first. Now I don't know how to get over here. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it was just a pun. Which is also very fair. It would be very fair. Heal, please. Thank you. Let's see. Oh? Hello, Carrie. What's up? Pause. Pause jump. What's up? Pause? I worry. Oh, yeah! VB! Yeah, 100%. Oh my god! Oh my god, you're so right. Phoebe! Oh! This game and names. I just now made the connection. You know what? Hold on. Round of applause. Applause. Big brain. Where's Rice when you need them? I have no idea. I think Rice might be busy. Just working. I think. Not 100% certain. Something like that. Need a bit of pole clanging. Yeah, just pole clanging and... Oh... I see. I see what I'm supposed to do. I see. I think I see what I'm supposed to do. Oh, you get over here. Just do a little bit of this, a bit of that. Hold on. First we felt the cold at the tip of our hands before it turned into drops sinking in the sand. Of our hands, or it turned to drops sinking in the sand. Felt cold on our feet before locking the way. Oh, there we go. Somehow. Wait. I just thought always did. I don't know. I'm confused on how that worked and why that worked. I'm just confused. I'm just confused. Just a little bit of confuzzled. Just I don't know anymore. I don't know. I also saw the key over there too. Maybe the crystals are bugs. Maybe? Maybe. I don't know, because those crystals are pretty much everywhere. It could just be like made out of energy, I think. I just don't know. It's hard to say. Whoop. Well, I have to kill you real quick. Like even faster than I had before. And I'm just saying random things to understand what's up with those rocks, honestly. That's fair. Ooh, ice! I know, honestly, that's very fair. Oh, how... Get over here. Oh! Okay. Ow. Eh. Insane. They technically do have a body, but they just kind of abandon it if I get too close. So it would seem. I guess. They just kind of snooze on top of a statue. Lizards. Yeah, kind of like lizards. Exactly. And then when we get too close, they just detach, I guess? Well, that was V. Perfect. There we go. Whoop. Huh. Help. I still don't like the ice guy. Realize the fighting system reminds me of those RPGs. Yeah! If you want to know a little something, this game was inspired by Paper Mario and Paper Mario 64 and Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. Which is why everything kind of looks like 2D and kind of goes off of that aesthetic and everything. Which is honestly another, like, one main reason why I love this game so much. I know, right? Ooh, that reminds me. I don't know what day I'm going to be doing this, but I'm gonna have a dedicated day where I'm gonna have a dedicated day where I just play the Paper Mario. Oops. It's honestly, I really want to play Paper Mario and I just love it. And I am able to play it. Ooh, there we go. And I can play it on Switch and everything. The only game that I can't play yet, there we go, that I really want to play is Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. But until that, oh, bright light. But until I can get there, or like play it on an emulator or even the Switch itself, just gonna have to wait a Thousand Year Door. I can still play the first Paper Mario though, which I love so much. Paper Mario is so goofy cool. Yeah, Paper Mario is just goofy. It's so silly. There is one part in Paper Mario that I do not like at all. That's one of the bosses. It's not even the final boss. It's not even Bowser. It is the boss of the that. Oh, that's new. It is the boss that protects the last star. I don't like that boss at all. I hate. There's so much hate for that boss and that boss alone. I don't like it. If you dislike Bowser as a final boss, you just dislike every boss. Yeah, no, that's fair. I like Bowser as a final boss though. Why though? Cause the final boss, that's protecting the last star, is pretty much just made out of clouds and everything. And in order to like more or less, I get, like defeat it, you have to hit the big cloud, and then you also have to hope that it doesn't like, you have to hit the big cloud, which makes smaller clouds appear, and then by the time your next turn is up, you have to hope that it doesn't, or when it's the boss's turn, you have to hope that it doesn't just like inhale them and like heal itself back up to full. It is annoying, and you have to do that every time. It's so annoying. Ugh. It's so annoying. And I remember that boss very clearly because I tried to beat it when I was younger. Like preteen me, like 10-year-old me was trying to beat that boss, and I hated it so much. I rage quit. Because I tried like so many times and I couldn't. I finally was able to beat it now though, but still just like, I hate that boss. It holds a place in my heart just full of loathing. Got all the bookshelves, yo, let's go! Nice! Got all the bookshelves, let's go! More bookshelves, all the bookshelves, every last one. Nice. Boss that gave you grief during childhood remain hated forever. So true. That is so true. Oh, I regret. I regret. I regret. I know, definitely just... If you try to beat something during a childhood, and then it didn't quite work, it sticks with you for a good while. For a good while. Dare I say, you did forever. I still don't like Melgor. I don't know how to pronounce it. Because it hurt my feelings when I was a tiny naive baby. Honestly, that's very fair. Those feelings stick with you well into adulthood. Oh. They stick with you. For a good while. They stay there. I remember, Legend of Zelda Wind Waker. I played that game a lot. Actually, I have plans for getting it on my Switch eventually. If I can get it on my Switch, I don't know if I can though. Wait, is it for Switch? I don't know anymore. But I remember that I didn't like getting past the very first boss. Like the centipede fire guy. No, I remember that I didn't like getting past that guy. Can I back down? Oh, it is wicked. Even though I've like long since been able to beat Wind Waker, I still don't like getting past the first boss. Mostly because the first boss was actually kind of fun to beat, too. Like, huh, this is fun. This is fun. What? I hear you mewing at me, kitty cat. You know that the food feeder goes off in like 10 minutes, kitty. You can wait. I remember hitting the horse on a grenade because I forgot how to get it. Yeah, it's definitely something. Hold on. See how it is. Definitely a bit difficult to remember how to get. Not gonna lie. Oh. Aha. Oh, do I have to be fast with this one? How fast does this go? I'm guessing I have to get it like over here. Whoa! Huh? It's like not gonna let me go. Yeah, no, the Zora Princess was just no. Just no. Just so much no. So much no. I really wish I could have left her in the stomach too, I won't lie. Just stay in the stomach. Stay. It was weird that you even had to go in the stomach in the first place. Like, what? Huh? Huh? Okay, that's cool, I guess. Find boss get out is weird too. It's so weird. There's so many bosses in Legend of Zelda or Ocarina of Time that is just odd. I have no words. Just odd. Like, oh, especially the hand, well, thing, creature. Ugh. Just no. Pineapple thing? Oh, yeah, no. That was very just, Just, ich. Oh, thank you. Oh, I had to go up here. Okay, I see now. Oopsies. No, there's just a lot of the things in Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time that's just it's spooky. I don't know how any of that got okayed, like at all. Yeah, no, the zombies. Oh, when they shriek at you and everything. Yeah, no, I hated them. I hated them so much. So much hate. So much hate for them. Just no. Ah, no thank you. I hate the fact that they're back in, whatchamacallit? Tears of the Kingdom. I hate that they're back. I do not want them back. I just want them gone. Please, thank you. Greatly appreciate it. If they would just never make a return, I would be ecstatic. Over the moon, even. What may say. Oh, I have a bad feeling about this, especially with like 3. That game low-key freely gave trauma. Oh, absolutely. Oh, I just unlocked a memory. Especially when you go into the future and that one house is just spiders. No. I hated like spiders and just half half transformed spider. Just no. Ah, I knew it. Just no. That house I hated. It was not a good house. Just no. No, thank you. No. No, thank you. Go away. I was so scared of every single giant golden spider because I thought it would turn me into one of them. Honestly, that is very fair. Like, those spiders are just not, no. My brain is going too fast, I can't keep up. Just no. Nah. Just nah. It's just no. The game's just glitching out a little bit. That's okay. I never healed those people. I thought I would need the skills for myself. Also, that's very fair. I know that's very fair. Like, very fair line of reasoning and everything. Like, maybe the game is just warning me that this may happen. Like, huh, this may happen. I'm just gonna make sure that I always have them on me. Yeah. Probably deserve it anyway. Yeah. Wasn't it because, like, they were... in the lore, wasn't it because they were, like, greedy or something? Something with greed, I think. If I remember correctly. Yeah, they deserved it. Yeah, rich greedy people. Yeah, they deserved it. Absolutely, 100%. Deserved. They deserve to be turned into spiders. They must learn the error of their ways. What they get, they are turned into spiders. Oh, so close to leveling up. Come on. Ah, cool. Thank you. Whee! And now we go back down. That's all done. Might as well heal up. I think boss battle is. Hey Venus. There we go. Thank you. Or the healing spit. Guess it would it technically be like healing breath or something? The hiccups. Alright, and then save. Save complete. And then we go this one. Oh, I am hiccuped. I don't like how quiet it is. I like how I can't open those. I don't like this. Hmm. Oh, yes. I like Leaf. The roaches again? Oh! Confusion? Ooh. I like this music. I like this music. That I actually wrote because that looks way too cool. Honestly, it might be. I don't know for sure though. Yeah, the music is really good. I like this music. I think... yeah, just all the music in Bug Fables is really well done. It's so good. I like it. Like all the music, top tier. Top tier, 100%. They don't take my health. No. And I'm fairly certain that that's a roach. I think. Not 100% though. I don't like how it's preparing for something, so just gonna do that. And then we're also just gonna do like a little bit of a shield. Oh, okay, that's... Huh. Alright. Pretty easy. And then up. Hey now. Only I can do that. Hello? Alright. This doesn't look like Pokemon, no. It's, Bug Fables. I'm pretty sure I have it that correctly? Yep. Cool. Yeah, just a game. Just a Bug Fable game. Pokemon is tomorrow, though. I have a little bit of a schedule set up, but Pokemon will be tomorrow. Yeah. Right now, this is just a bug game. So hello, Prometheus. I hope you're doing well. Ah. Aha. Hello, hello. It's a little bit of bug game. Pokemon will be tomorrow. I'm tired. Asking for 2 nights. Oh wow. Oof. Okay, at least you can hopefully just relax a bit now. Just a little bit of relaxation. Hopefully, anyway. That's a lot. Jeez. First time ever. Ooh, first time camping. Nice! I know that I've gone camping a few times, but the last time I went camping was a teeny tiny bit traumatic in the sense of as I was getting stuff all together again, a giant spider with the egg sac on its back came out from where the tent was, and I screamed like a banshee. It was not fun. For those who don't know, I have arachnophobia, and the fact that a spider with an egg sac on its back was underneath where I was sleeping was not a good time for me. Other than that, I had a pretty fun time with camping. Like 2 Celsius at night, during the day it was like 19 Celsius. Yeah, that's not too bad at least.